Wait. Oh, sorry about that. Hello. We're back at it again. Back to the streaming. But this time we're streaming the new Phoenix. Well, not Phoenix Wright. It's just the Ace Attorney. Not Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. It's just the Great Ace Attorney. I forgot I pre-ordered this. So I figured why not stream it tonight and just check what it's all about. I played like the first Phoenix Wright game. And I started a bit of the second. I still need to finish it. And also the third game, and then, you know, everything else that's been released over the years, but I really like them. I like finding the contradictions and all that jazz. So that's what we're streaming tonight. I don't know if we'll make it a full series or not, but you know, who knows. I know this game has voice acting. I don't know if it's, I don't think it's fully voiced. I think only certain segments are fully voiced. But yeah, without further ado, hopefully this is Capcom Presents, not Marvel Comics, sadly. Yeah, they got the downloadable content, yay. Game Sports autosave, fantastic, great. Turn the AC down. It's raining, the storm's passing by, so if the stream suddenly goes down, you'll probably understand why. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I remember, like, this game is originally a 3DS game that I believe never released outside of Japan, outside of the Nippon. So this is the first time the game's been actually re-released out here, or been released out here, I should say. I'm assuming it's still like the same game. I don't think they like remade it from the ground up, so hopefully it runs well. I hope this means they're gonna be porting the other, what do you call it, the other Ace Attorney games that were on the 3DS exclusively, because I know they did the main trilogy, but I don't think they've ported like Phoenix Wright 4 or 5 or. And I think the only one we still haven't gotten is that Edgeworth game, which I would really like that game to get ported over as well. Okay, let's see here. Let's check our options, will we? Shall we? We got music, we got effects, we got voices. You know, let's have voices on. Screen flashes. Oh, some nice little text skip. Text box transparency. Ah, I see. Let's keep it on low for now and see how that looks in game. Wait time. Adjust the length of time until the next line of dialogue is displayed in autoplay or story mode. Oh, okay. 1 second, 5 seconds. How does it go? Okay, we'll leave that on the default. I think we'll leave all this language. I'm gonna go English. Inglés. Because I believe this game does take place in England. Turn this on to enable reader. Turn this on to enable story mode in place of autoplay, allowing you to progress through the game automatically without having to press any buttons. The answers to questions, presentation, evidence, etc. will all be handled on your behalf. Oh, so you can. This is literally just like visual novel mode. Like if you just legit don't want to, you just want to watch an anime, you can just do reader mode. That's fine. Accessibility options, that's fine. What other special contents? What do we got? I got the DLC, the music and the art gallery. Well, there's spoilers in here probably. Accolades. Taylor? I need a Taylor. Oh, cool. Outfits are only available to use. Oh, in the second game. Okay, so we can only use. These are only in the second game. So it won't matter if we turn these on. Look at him, he's got the cool, like, fox outfit. Sholmes, Sherlock Sholmes. Legally distinct. I thought Sherlock Holmes was public domain at this point. Escapades. Okay. Let's play some short. Oh, they're little extras. Neat. And I'm guessing these are like achievos, right? Because you know Nintendo Nintendo doesn't want a universal achievement system, so you know, fuck us, right? All right, select an adventure. Do you want Ace Attorney or Ace Attorney 2 Resolve? This is unlike the trilogy. There was only 2 of these, I guess. So I mean that's fine. We'll start with the first game because it wouldn't make sense to do any other way. Oh, anime.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Oh, the murder.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
It was me. Ah, shit. Bienvenue à la Carnival. Bienvenue, Power Bottoms. November. For the Supreme Court's judicial defendants. Let's turn this down a little bit, because I'm pretty sure you're hearing those through the mic. Okay, so I'm guessing I'm defending myself in the first episode. Still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors is a quiet little chamber? In this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate. What is your fate? Oh, 3D. Bailiff? Nutty? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke or Ryunosuke? Oh, this is gonna be great. Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke. Naruhodo. God, I'm gonna butcher that. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yunmei University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. There's a constant breeze in this room that makes my Ryu headband blow through the wind. And yet, I still seem to know better than you. How a court officer should behave. Roasted. Right, Ryunosuke? Yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. You hear a beep? Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers the last few days. You know, murdering a man in cold blood. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. There's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. Also his second year in Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. Star student, in fact. If I recall correctly, we're actually, like, Ryunosuke is supposed to be like, oh, okay, I guess it's auto-playing now. We have history, yes. Our character we're playing as here, Ryunosuke, is, one of Phoenix's ancestors, I believe? I don't think he's a direct descendant? I forget, I don't know. I don't know how close it is. I believe you, because he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. And he's still an undergraduate and all that, so... It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. My qualifications don't mean much, yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have you as a friend like you, Kazuma, truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Murdered a man in cold blood. Congratulations, Kazuma. Looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and success in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world? Or in the world? I don't know why I ended that with a question. I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. Except that guy over there. Who is he? He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change to our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean, to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire? The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's city, London together. Yeah, isn't this the time period where Japan opened its borders to England because, if I remember history class correctly, I believe England like showed up with like a fleet of ships, and they were legit just like, hey, open your borders or we're just gonna fucking destroy you. If I recall correctly, history's weird. I always get shit mixed up. It's not even like I'm not paying attention, it's just that so much shit happens at once. The hardest to understand lore to me is real world lore. Dark Souls, Bloodborne can comprehend that shit perfectly. Real world? What happened when? That being said, history is super fascinating. It's just I'm always having a difficult time keeping track of it. We have a wild time tearing up the streets. Yeah, okay. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. So wait, are we see you in English class tomorrow then, partner? So wait, was this... So we're already in England? Where's this? I thought this starts in Japan. Straight after that, that's when it happened. I killed a man. Sogi, may I have a word? Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Sogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in the trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. I'm pretty sure that one's probably like one of Maya's ancestors. This is awkward. If I may. Yes! Sorry. You must be the defendant, Ryunosuke Noruhodo, I believe? Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba! I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Hisogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, you've no doubt heard, Hisogi has been granted permission to go to study in Great Britain. Yeah, so we're still in Japan right now. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked. Never granted again. What? Nani? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Hisogi had chosen not to tell you. He's agreeing to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has chosen from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it! I swear! I'm not a murderer! I'm sure that's true, nevertheless. I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. I mean, it's the first mission of the game. This is basically going to be a tutorial. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial? Peculiarities? Google! That's a big ass word. I've never seen that word before. Peculiarity. An odd or unusual feature or habit. A characteristic or a quality that is distinctive of a particular person or place. The quality or state of being particular. Also, peculiarities. Oh, that's weird. Because particular, you know, I put a T. Oh, peculiar. Oh, why did I read peculiarity? I never heard of the peculiar... Fuck it. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so... As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before everyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not, do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant. Court is about to begin. Proceeding to the courtroom at once. Ah, it should seem to be... it should seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point to anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. So instead I must defend myself. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My only and one chance to prove my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. Anime. 22nd November, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judiciary Courtroom 2. So this is a courtroom. The Supreme Court Judiciary. I forget how to pronounce this. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now, you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. It's the guy from the first game. Clearly, the glasses and everything. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there is an important order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense had made a last-minute request to change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to the trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask the final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Wait and see. Answer, I do. Follow your destiny. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. He's just... Yes! Oh, I shouldn't have read that. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that Ryunosuke Naruhodo will be defending myself. It'll be... What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything, just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams in studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. Don't say it like that, that's weird. It's not that really, it's just that... Well, on the off chance that things don't go very well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well. Does the accused admit defeat already, renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh! Yes, exactly! Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all! Oh jeez, I'm going to prison. I'm gonna get fucked in prison. In fact, my mind's completely blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetuated the most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Google, show me how to pronounce this. How to pronounce Judy, not Judy Ishol, Judy is it Judy Aksher? Judy Kucher.
Judicature.
Yeah, Judicature. Okay. Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes! Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So, let us start with the simplest of questions. Oh, yes! Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in the case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous. I can't remember that. What was it again? Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information for the case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. Simply press the plus button. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of the R button. What? R button? What does that mean? If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. Just press the R button for the court. Alright, there's no time to lose. Alright. This is a list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead of R. University collar pin. The proof that I'm a student of the Imperial Yume University. I always wear it on my collar of my uniform jacket. You'll find details about the victim here when you're done. Details of the victim in here. When you're done, press B to go back. Kazuma Asogi, 23, a second year in the Imperial Yume University. He's my best friend, and despite being a student, a qualified defense lawyer as well. Yujin Mikotoba, 42, a medical school professor at the Imperial Yume University. He's an authority in the forensic medicine and Kazumi's mentor. Or Kazuma's mentor. I don't know. Takatsuchi Ayuchi, 51, a lead prosecutor in the case, who would appear to have little love for the changes to the cultural reformation has brought to it. John H. Wilson, 47, the victim in the case. He was visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. He's very British. Remember, everything you do in this current case can be found in the court record. Now you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Okay. Post-mortem report. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Okay. Find the victim in the people. Find the victim in the people section in the courtroom. Present it now.
Yes!
Yes! The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was visiting a professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of Angelo, Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of the Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates in the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? I didn't do it. This case is under great scrutiny from our allies and on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to the matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of the upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame on the crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson is an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit the high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow. Then, partner? British Empire. Wow. It's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. And then you fucking murdered him! Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. Cause of death. Well, obviously that was, Ryunosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now.
Yes!
Take that! Well... According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhage due to a gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile! Leave me alone! The game's making fun of me. That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. Better get used to that autopsy getting updated. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. Shot in the chest. Bullet did not exit his body. There's a delicious steak behind him. Some wine. Glass. I'm already trying to like pick out this image and be like, what's wrong with this image? You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. But I would have shot him from a distance, I'm assuming. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Like, in order to get those scorch marks, wouldn't you have to, like, the barrel be right up against the chest? Thank you, counsel. The court will accept the modern scientific evidence into the record. Photographic print of the victim has been entered. Shows she was shot from the front of the chest and subsequently died. Okay. So this photographic print, well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. Detail's incredible. Because we're in the what decade is like the early? It's like the late 1800s. It's 19th century. So yeah. Very well. I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Yeah. Certainly, Your Excellency. So without further ado, in order to better appraise the court with the facts of this case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. Professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes. Lily, your defense lawyer today. You're the defense lawyer today, not me, but that doesn't mean... Well, I can't act as your assistant. I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Sogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in the crazy look of your bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in the crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Oh, look at this man, Mr. Butler. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course. My name is Satoru Hasunoga. I am the head waiter of the Western-style restaurant called La Carne Verte. Blood. Are you alright? You have the consumption? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. You should probably well, it really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter has developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels and to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an occasional eatery 3 days ago. Understood. Osanaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you know about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, perspiring, maybe, perspiring, maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have a few dinners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in well with my memory of it, too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. And it was then I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurled out to the dining area to see what happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Hold on! Let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have a chance to fight back. For now, you must quietly listen to the witness. If I may confirm at one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim was a gun in hand. The victim with a gun in hand was the same man we see here in court today. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, there are anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around the table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around the table? Around that table? What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, a lady, there was a woman sitting opposite to me at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have just missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? You said it would be penalized, though. I don't want to get penalized. I'll certainly get penalized if I get sent to prison. Shouldn't I? Don't I need evidence, though? Wait and see. I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Ryunosuke, if your partner tells you to study, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I never have gotten into Yume University otherwise. But you can't just always follow the rules in life, you know. If you don't say what you want to, right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Alright, you've scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just going to shut my eyes and say it.
Yes!
Alright, so... Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Dear me, dear me. What are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not afraid. If you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm not sure what I saw. Also, Naga-san, there is a chance you were mistaken. Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant, as it was that day. Please have a look at it. Have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. A sketch of the establishment layout. Drawn by yourself, I presume? That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well, is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. The waiter business card has been entered into the court record. The head waiter's business card, a sketch of the restaurant's layout, is on the back. So, the court has now heard a précis of the case. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in the terms of your... You may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as a unsworn witness in order to explain the details in the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think you should do? What I should do, Cosmo? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, if it seems. Would it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You said it. Professor Mikotopa said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the onset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing to throw that trust back in my face. Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. If you're just going to abandon the duty, abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Ouchi, please continue the proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witnesses. Very well, officer. Very well. Officer, bring forward the witness at once. Oh God. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. The great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Ayase Nosa, reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the affluences of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade for Rasute, a humble premise in the 2nd District, Koryo Korakuta, at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier. This is an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present in the restaurant on the day of the day in question. They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon. And, not infrequently, converse with the interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. I can't understand a word this old man is saying. He's an antique dealer. It sounds like he's a regular at La Carnaval. He seeks out potential customers who may have interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, Sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Looks like fucking J. Jonah Jameson. Bring me pictures of Spider-Man! Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of the most atrocious incident. Is this correct? Affirmative! The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir. This man's impossible to understand. As the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. What a crock of shit. Soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. I need water. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You'll state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir. Standing by to report, sir. Unsavory memories of the most acerbic afternoon. Testimonies. He's so shaky in his jiggly earlobes. What the witnesses saw. I was investigating the regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio of the military gentleman. At the precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my very own eyes. Black uniformed varsity cadet fired it on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. It wasn't the back though; it was the front. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysterious absconded precious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw a split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, affirmative, sir. That wicked the old man keeps making weird noise. That wicked university cadet, sir. We got that knife. That wicked university cadet, sir. That cruel and unforgivable enemy. The times we live in, when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But that's ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. This is really true. Is this really true, Ryunosuke? Yes! All I did was pick up the gun when I saw it lying on the floor. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then when I had finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. When I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witness. Says... Cross-examine? Do it now! Do it now! As we've heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony for these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring the despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony in the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of the trial.
Yes!
What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? The defense demands the right to cross-examination. Dear me, let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next to you told you to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How did he know? The prosecution objects. This is clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is asserting its right to do a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Cosmo's so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that the soldier said what the soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some evidence and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. He hasn't unlocked the true slap that Phoenix has. Alright then. It's all or nothing. What the witnesses saw. There's beefsteak. Virtues. I've already said cadet. Sent from the back.
Yes!
You shot in front. What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting a photographic print in my mustache. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. I like how he's like, I guess I haven't mastered it yet. There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in the grand courtroom. This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spill it out would be an insult to the court. Cosmo? What? What are you talking about? It's apparent that a single glance of at the photographic print presented by the evidence that there is a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Iesinosa. Yes, sir. What is it? What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness's statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is obviously discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Oh, what the? Oh, there's a baby. Oh, he has a baby on his back. What? What the? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there's a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, what would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were... He had a baby. Firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir. What? Last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Iesinosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Roasted. There's been a complete turnabout in this mood of this trial, just from one discrepancy. So this is what an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. You were sitting there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, do you see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? What? Were you walking the dinosaur? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Indeed! The Hoi Era Koban! My prize coin! On each occasion where I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Rasute. In the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you? On the day under the scrutiny, I was to the military. It was to the military man that I proffered my holy treasure. Believe that he would purchase such a rare find. I did not believe that he would did not, but I was presented with a little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, there was no more. Was there no more? It simply vanished. The koban vanished? Hunting around under the table, I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there, and then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only by finding my absconded Hoi coin, Hoi treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable table, the precious Hoi koban, was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. I don't know what you're talking about. I do not know what you are talking about. As I am sure everyone presented is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness's testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels, it must be to the British. It must be to the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ayuchi? Ouchie. Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could have possibly committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? Nani? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well. The court invites the witness to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution allegation. Is that clear? As clear as a Kuriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. There's a little bouncy baby boy. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Ido. It would seem those straps are a sign of a sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Audio, Ido, Tenshun. Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Testimony of the true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. No, it's not. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was the young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search on the premise at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out. These testimonies are certainly
Yes!
Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. You will not. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond a reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this photographic print the scene of the crime, Counsel? Indeed, of the table in which the victim was dining. Taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly see, there is only one place set. There is only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. It doesn't make any sense. The court will add this photographic evidence to the record. Carbonated water and steak lunch. Steak lunch has been on the victim's table. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. With when? The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph this report to the Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies have been heard. We have just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times. As we all know, the ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takatsuchi Aochi, will have contributed to the amity of the two great empires is an honor. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule? Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now your chance is to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witness, but make it quick, understood? Rules can be so unbending at times. Let's see here. Yeah, his back is to the table. Did they turn him around? Guessing that's after they took the body. He was sitting there. I don't think it's the correct table. Like well, this is a new feature. Okay, okay, John H. Wilson died at November 19th, shortly after 2 p.m. Single bullet fired at close range, fatal hemorrhage from the pectoral, ballistic trauma, no exit wound, bullet did not pass through the body. Okay. True culprit. Who was discharged was almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was that young lad in black. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniform could dispatch the Englishman. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Ooh. What's the matter? I can't find anything. I can't find a clear discrepancy anywhere. I'm done for. I can't win this trial. No. Ah, shit. Listen, the first thing to do is calm down. I can't expect the witness statements to be full of holes every time. So just take your time and try to tease for more information out of them first. What do you mean? We gotta press! Or you can choose either press or present against each of the witnesses' statements. If a witness is saying something you're suspicious about, press him on it with the L button. With a little luck, you may get more details, which could prove to be crucial. Right, I see. The important point is, there's no sense in holding back. If anything even slightly jars with you, press the witness on it, and press them hard. Press them hard. Alright, I got it. I'll press them like blocks of tofu. Because we're in Japan. The professor wasn't alone in the restaurant, I'm sure of it. One way or another, this cross-examination is going to prove I'm right. It's time to press them for all they're worth. My fate depends on it. Same thing. First premises. There was the only person.
Yes!
You must have noticed something else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection!
As you have been at pains to point out time and time again, I feel I'm growing calluses in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. Only there'd be more people dining there at the time. If only there had been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, this was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know. Of course, the place was almost empty. It wasn't... It's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there is a reason why the victim was eating at the time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Consul? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at the clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. At a clinic, yes. There would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. So the victim went to the late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Was it? Well, it is hard to see how it would be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think you could be useful. Should I ask Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not? I think we should. Fuck it, right? The more the merrier.
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for the medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. The additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are our concern is up to us to decide. You have the right to explore all possible. We have the right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's most disturbing trend. Oh, yeah, it's almost like we don't like being treated unfairly. Officer, kindly add the victim medical report card to the court record. Medical report, Hana Clinic. I was found in the victim's pocket. Okay. What we need right now is new clues. Okay. Well, we have a new clue. Medical report card from Hana Clinic that was found in the victim's pocket. I can't examine it. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right. I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Kurakuta-san. Indeed, alone he was with the Englishman dining by himself.
Yes!
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, didn't you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone? That I did. Forgive me for the little position I place you in. For the position I place you in. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support this statement as well. As can clearly be seen, there is only a single beef steak on the victim's table, a meal for one. No. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not possible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Yes, pointing the gun at the foreign man he was.
Yes!
Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at the point in time, but I've told you already, that's only because I picked it up off the floor. Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could have explained it anyway. Explain it away. I had just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when... I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And in exactly that moment, a gunshot rang out in my ears. Full of events beyond our control. Life is... Sorry, what do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which participated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the Koban from the floor and find myself in equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, I did see you. With pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner.
Yes!
No. That's not the same thing at all, thank you. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of the uniformed officer versus that of the fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, it is undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it. That makes no sense. Have what? Attention! The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and that very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? And let us not forget the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in the most incriminating position as well. And is that so, Kurokuta-san? Okay.
Yes!
It's the only one I haven't pressed yet. Why aren't you telling the truth? What? Why did you say cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruto, though, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you're the sole proponent of the Phantom Lady. Of this Phantom Lady. But if such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gained some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see the medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press A and closer look at the pieces of the question. Alright, we already know this. Oh, you can use the right stick to... Okay, that's new. To rotate the evidence in all directions. Examine it from all angles. By using the left stick, look at it with your brain. You can move the crosshairs around and hunt for clues, as many as that may have been missed before. If the crosshair starts to pulsate, press A to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there's something new to be learnt by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to inspect my areas of evidence to take the suspicious steps. Okay. It says Hada Clinic. Look at our character art. Hada Clinic on the medical report card. I hate clinics. Almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? Well, I was 5. I caught the only cold I ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have had only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Yeah, I know. Okay, open it like Resident Evil style. It looks like the medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a recording of long-term treatment. That's why. With a family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine going to a doctor. I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So, you don't like doctors then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine, they give you painful injections, and then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege. All when you're at your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient. What a bad case of stubbornness, no less. Healthy curiosity, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. Can't find anything out of place. Wait, what? Oh, I guess we gotta click on that. Alright, let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas? That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary Cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours. 3 hours post-procedure until anesthesia effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. Dental treatment. It was prohibited eating and drinking anything but water. With this new information, the meaning of that particular statement totally changes. So, I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Let's go. Alright, J.K. Simmons. You're gonna learn you. Even if I saw... even if I... I love his, like... Even if it was... If what I saw wasn't the precise moment of the firearm was discharged, it was almost the same thing. You know, no it's not. Yes, pointing the gun he was. Young lad in back. That much I believe. Myself I myself did see. Okay, so he couldn't have any food or drink. Furthermore, a visual search of premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone, he was Englishman dining all by himself. I think maybe that statement. Therefore, no other uniform cadet could have dispatched things. I'm pretty sure it's this one. Present the medical report card. Present it. Oh no, no, present.
Yes.
The music stopped. Well, I think, what are you, wittering lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Thank you. Thank you, Cosmo. It makes me feel a lot better about myself. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Cosmo. I could see it quite clearly that in the cross-examination you just carried out, when you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, I knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel that like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. All right. And thanks for the advice. Korakura-san, this is the medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on the report card with your witness's statement. Something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me. Have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur?
Sorry, what?
You are not to interrupt the court proceedings with your amateurish drivel.
But
let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered in the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant.
But that's... Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point.
Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides the pale-faced...
Shut the fuck up, mister. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that?
What? That outburst have petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hata Clinic, which has issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted.
What's this now?
And furthermore, I found, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating.
Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what?
It's all written up here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours, post-procured while the anesthesia wears off.
What? No, that can't...
Kotokuda-san.
What, boy? What?
As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all.
No.
Additionally,
There's more?
but wait, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. He got the slams. He's becoming the lawyer of legend. Because the victim, as we now know, has had just one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What? What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at the photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. This is very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic?
How dare you?
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke?
Yeah. Yes, most definitely.
So having it undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who in fact was eating the pictured beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright. The answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of your turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Oh boy, I'm getting excited. Gotta go. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been the victim himself, me, 2 witnesses, as a yet unknown third party. That's it, dog. Obviously, it can only be someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let things go, will you? There's no such person.
Yes!
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim could have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witnesses' testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through the ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly.
Kazuma? Are you insane? Are you insane? You would take on the government?
Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you.
What do you mean?
I have issue with them. The 2 witnesses in the stand.
What? What are you talking about?
We have demonstrated that the evidence the victim was not alone. So, if it turns out that the 2 of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, Obviously, you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing.
Complicit? Murder? No!
Negative! There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders.
That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Oh. What? What did you say? Korokuda-san? Oh, no.
You were following orders?
Just hold on, lad.
Say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with the lady from overseas? Lady from overseas. What?
Objection!
What? What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair?
Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order. Counsel, explain what's going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth.
Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this.
Oh, he's back to slappies. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut?
Well,
that's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. I could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas who might have been doing this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly? Remember how you made progress before? We examined the piece of evidence in more detail. Yeah. Yes. Now do the same thing. Again, for the love of God. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe.
Please, wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I know nothing.
And what does the defense have to say about this? Well, Your Excellency, no time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes to my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... The waiter, maybe?
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hasanaga-san. Hasanaga-san, the waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. This is water first. If that is, the man truly were a waiter.
What? If he truly were.
Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosanaga's real identity, as proven in this evidence. On the back of the business card. Examine it. And do a flippy. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, a primal criminal investigator. Primary Criminal Investigator Division, Imperial Police Bureau. He's not a waiter at all. It was the cops all along. Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga? Well, yes. Business cards do tend to show a person's name. What's sort of the point? What's sort of the point? That's not the name of the unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh. Chief Inspector? Satoru Hosonaga? Primary Criminal Investigator Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? Who on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence if they're wielding it somehow here. The cops. It's always the cops. Alright.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketch and the main question by the man in question? I agree, it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Perhaps I should have said the front. Yes, the front of the back of the card. This is where the detail is. The front, the back of the card. The front back. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? That's the waiter? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there on the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it that he told you not to mention that you'd seen foreign gentlemen in the scene? Well... Inspector Hosonaga. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. We don't need a flashback for this. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake.
So, you mean to say you really are a detective?
But why would why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course, your salary... I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there's been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kinds of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to the case of homicide. Well then, Inspector Osanaga. But you will elaborate on the point of the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. Is that indeed true? Clearly, you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required those witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. Bang! As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran to the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in this chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite of the victim at the table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? A Philly cheesesteak. A Philly cheesesteak. Hold the cheese? What is that? That's not a Philly cheesesteak! You mean to say... remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. I was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what is the Englishwoman... what if the Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name the Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason of the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But that's not right! But it's not right! One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean... When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. The court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Jaziel Brett. She's indeed a foreign student studying at the research laboratory of UMaine University's medical facility. What is happening here? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of the lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered, this premise is false. It would be a discretion of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But Your Excellency, you would mean to miss the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain? Our government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes, sir. You will locate Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all my investigations flawlessly. So, it won't be a problem? Nothing will get in my way. Except dying from fucking consumption. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency! Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. It's getting serial. To be continued. No. That's weird. This being like the first case in the game. First case in the original Ace Attorney is pretty brief. I'm gonna save my progress. Oh boy, my throat's killing me. But I want to finish this episode. So hopefully not much is left. 11:38 a.m. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there, you were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you're grinding your teeth. God damn it. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it. It's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. And I surely don't want my great-great-great-great-grandson seeing the inside of a courtroom either.
Anyway, it looks like we've been exposed to our Phantom Lady. Your Phantom Lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett. A student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell you, everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then, on the floor next to the Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up... Bang. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet. And he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective. He apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside the dining area. Outside in the dining area. There you are. Well done, both of you. Oh, so. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in infancy. In its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid the situation that may have resulted in your study tour in Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I am the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Cosmo? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Cosmo. Well then, it looks like it comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection in this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you probably are aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UME. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. So I got him killed. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish a culprit as quickly as possible. And let's not forget that who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I have no doubt you pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then. Woman, teleport to me. I need to run an errand to the university at once. There's something I think we may need.
Of course. Good luck, Cosmo-san. Disappear.
Defendant Norohodo. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal with a decisive blow before those old fossils know what hit them.
Cosmo?
Kiss me. What? Thank you. Really.
For what?
What for?
Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then
I'm fairly sure I'd already be found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's kind of that's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Isn't any... Whoever we're going up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. We'll kill them right in the middle of court. All right. I'll save the thank yous after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With the extra large portion, of course. Sounds really good, actually. 22nd of November, almost my birthday. A few days away. Courtroom 2. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Norohodo. Prosecutor Ayuchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny for the government.
Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forge with Great Ruin will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders?
Again, terribly sorry. It's a friendship between our nations is really so fragile, and the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Isn't this what our nation's justice system is? Is this what our our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with the great world power, we have become strong diplomacy and Diplomacy has never been more crucial. Steady potential maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
At the cost of another people's innocence. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing I feel very strongly. A court that fails to uphold the truth and justice in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Hell yeah. Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats!
Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Jeziel Barrett.
Yes. Your Excellency.
You're just an extravagant woman. No one saw the woman with the giant swan on her hat.
Well, what a delight to be welcomed to such a fine gentlewoman in Japan, and from gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
Tea? Someone bring English tea. In England. Tea. Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? No idea.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I've been working undercover as the head waiter at the
Yes, we all know you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. I like this culture clash that this game is creating. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yeah, your description of this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. Oh, he's guilty. All right, court adjourned.
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
Okay.
She's speaking in cursive.
Is that what Japan sees English as?
Terribly sorry, dear lady, but what?
The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in Yume University medical faculty. Facility?
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song.
As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. Huh. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor are you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, as a result of the call La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? This is everything he said. She says, yes. This could take some time. So, even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. This is so interesting, being like on the other end of this. Like someone who pretty much exclusively speaks English. Seeing like a character, seeing an English-speaking character from the perspective of non-English-speaking characters. That's kind of, it's just weird, especially because like seeing like this being like the way they're writing like English gibberish, like she's speaking like it's like almost cursive bullshit. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. She had to give a presentation on how to murder. When you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you like to be so kind to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently, it was very frightening. And a sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear that the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Order! Order in the court! Did you hear that, Your Excellency? We have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of the frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Frightening, sorrowful sight. Blah 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 blah. Here's a man, yes, blah blah blah. Iman Kawadar, I arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon. Ah, delicious. Oh, was it an unforgettable luncheon? I hope you're ready for an unforgettable. I'm pretty sure it is an unforgettable luncheon. There was a murder. But where was the Aurora Borealis? With Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. I'm pretty sure like the big reveal is like I'm starting to like make this woman sweat. She's gonna be like, she's just gonna burst and start speaking in Japanese. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before his eyes. Right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. This is condemning.
Yes!
No! Yes! No! I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, your black-hearted, blackguard, poopy face. You look like a snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson that you need to learn. But it's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took the statement from the lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. Testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit she is today. You can see there is nowhere about her person where she can conceal a firearm. Maybe in the swan. I would think she could hide a gun in almost anywhere in that outfit she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets on my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those were the witness's own words on the matter. Ugh, that's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift her up her dress and I could prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. Right about that, which means the lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we'll need to pull her testimony apart. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Frightened and sorrowful sight. I arranged to meet Dr. Wilson that day.
Yes!
After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
They wanted it to be unforgettable. He wanted to have steamed clams, but they didn't have any, so he ordered the steamed ham, which was just a steamed steak. But the steak was objection. The steak was obviously grilled. I have it right here. Look it's grilled. You don't need to keep up with this latest fashions from Britain. You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are in vogue. Isn't that right? No. Said it in cursive. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. No. Or no. I want to try. I can't do a really good English accent right now. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which can be proved from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. So, both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered myself a beef steak.
Yes!
Was it grilled or steamed? He was unable to eat, you say? And that's because he just had a tooth removed at the Hada Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She heard the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That is right, yes. But why was... But why is the stake on his side of the table? I'm guessing that's after they removed his body. Like, the water here was for him. The knife's been used, the fork's been used. Apparently he was left-handed? The steak looks like it was bitten out of... Well, she just went like... Or it's possible that he just was like, fuck it, I'm gonna eat the steak. Fuck it, I'm hungry. And just because he wasn't supposed to eat doesn't mean he actually didn't. Print you have here shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left? Dear me, what a harrowing experience! To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has suspected you of this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all? That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. It is true. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunches with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryonosuke, about the witness's last statement? Well, show me the court record. There is only one glass, right? Yeah, there is only one glass. So I think he ate the steak. He ate the steak and drank the water. It's very meaningful. The slappies. The last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing? The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well, sidestep, counsel. Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Cosma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there were some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryonosuke. I ordered the beef steak for myself and the professor, and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. I should choose the glass of carbonated water. Can I examine this? First, I want to make sure this is carbonated water. I don't think it's gonna let me actually, like, fiddle with it, but yeah, he's on this side of the table.
Yes!
Nani? That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with the photographic print. It's bullshit. Just a short while ago, you spoke that this print showing a victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. So says Mr. Stewart. Well, that's it. It's odd, very odd. Dear me, what's odd is the defendant's inability to express itself. The defense's inability to express itself. Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? I love that show. It won't be made for like another 150 years, but it's fine. Miss Brett just told us what she and the professor said. Cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
We are supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minuet? Minute, I think so. What possible difference does the presence of it or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Minute, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. So, but there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you trying to tell me you can clink with only 1? What is the sound of 1 hand clapping? Well, it's this. You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Bitch, did you steal a glass? Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that Miss Brett, who took the glass from... It was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and I thought I should try to hide the fact that I had been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious, it's almost like you wanted to hide the fact that you're the murderer. Sorry. Gomennasai. Oh no, it's like no, it's shumimasen. This means like very, very sorry. There. As I assured the court before, there are no consequences at all. This is of no consequence at all. Oh please. We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in a state of disarray? That's absurd! Oh, really? Fuck around and find out! So, do we have to take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? Nani? No, that can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. Had no pockets. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how she was... how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that the glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing in the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement?
Well, I don't know really.
If you want to pursue the matter further, you need to go show some deeper significance. It will be significant.
Yes, you're right.
Well, she did argue like she didn't have anything to conceal a gun.
A purse is a pretty thing.
She looks like she lost away from her handbag. The handbag itself, yes.
Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes. Do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that the English gentlewoman carrying handbags is for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There's no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right.
Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that soon.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, he can deduce there must have been another firearm in the scene. A true murder weapon, if you will.
You can't seriously be suggesting...
Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. As I thought. Some good detective you are. In other words, another gun. The one that was actually used to kill the professor. Could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag.
No!
Yeah.
Order! 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 What's the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Prosecutor Iuchi?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Do you think so? Do you think? Oh god. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly, you have no faith in the police. Are you like a descendant of, or are you an ancestor of Gumshoe? As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary? Do you think it's unnecessary for me to drink my own urine? No! But I do it anyway because it's sterile and I like the taste. Where are my Dodgeball fans at? I haven't seen that movie in like 10 years, but I still love it. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I completely forgotten about. The photographic print. This photographic print. Bag is see-through? This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. What about that? What's that on his wrist? As you see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of the fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there's no need to search for the lady's handbag. If there has been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Ugh. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping me prove that, Naruhodo-san. Order! Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit the print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. Photograph of the handbag has been added. Yeah, photograph taken by Hosonaga-san after the incident occurred. It shows Miss Brett's handbag on a chair by the victim's table. I think you have long enough to cross-examine the witness counsel. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photograph print submitted to the court record appears to have no further significance. I am satisfied there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed. And there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Ah, we're fucked, dude. I'm sorry. Kazuma? I'm sorry. Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination over the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean, this is it? We're fucked, dude. We're fucked. I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat, while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on your heart to your heart's content from the inside of your set. This can't be happening. I'm really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream-going study, the Great Britain, will slip through his fingers. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance now of turning the trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about the last photograph the detective produced that we can contest, which means there's no basis of which we can argue the trial can continue, for the trial to continue. Very well. I will proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. Smug little. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, have considering all of the evidence placed before me,
Yes!
Wait, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule the case just yet.
Objection!
The amateurness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems the trial is over, he gives his ruling. This most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photograph print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there's no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, the ruling of this case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
That's blatant straw clutching. Look at the photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying of the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. a birthmark of what seems to be like a cow or a bull.
However, I fail to see how you can glean any information from this handbag. Ha! My thoughts exactly! Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate. But this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well. I will grant the defense a final opportunity. What? Be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. I will use my gavel to pound you in your butthole. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify to the court in this print and will see the significant detail which you've alluded.
It's this, I think. Wait, let me look over the handbag real quick to be sure. It's this.
Yes!
Look at this! Here! There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly, that's nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed that it was when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea what the victim's when the victim suffered his burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of the mark. However, as Prosecutor Ochi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It seems that Miss Britt has a lunch appointment with the dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give the final ruling anyway. What are you thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. We're gonna get fucked. So I'm thinking we can keep digging and digging and hope that we might uncover something useful. Well, there's a burn on his chest. So maybe the gun was like hidden in his wrist? I don't know. It's something. But why does it look like a cow? I am? If we can just link the burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to prise the shutting door back open again. Give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue this what is little more than a conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn to the victim's wrist to this case, then would you allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out,
that what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face.
Really?
I have to find some link between the burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. Trying to find some evidence that proves that the burn really means. So then, the defense will now present evidence to the court. What evidence demonstrates the inexplicable connection between the victim burn and this trial? Let me examine this real quick. This is single bullet fire, close range. Male hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit when bullet has not passed through the body. Okay, it says nothing about a burn. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it would be this.
Yes!
The victim's burn is clearly related to this piece of evidence in the court record.
Objection!
And explain to the court in 5 words or less the nature of this connection is.
Well, it's obviously, thank you.
5 highly illuminating words. What? As I suspected, the rookie student is bluffing. Again.
Oh, no! You've been burned there yourself, Ryunosuke. Sorry. I've seen the shape of that burn somewhere before. Record again. Carefully this time. Yes, I will. Okay, maybe I'm getting ahead of it. Come on. More of truth. Truth! Hold on. Alright. Well, it looks like a bowl. It's a heart. Or a not a heart, a rose kind of looking thing. Oh. Oh ho.
Yes!
What's this, counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe the photograph prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded for forevermore.
You hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say?
Yeah, because if he's been burned by the steak, that means he was the one eating the steak. It means he burned his hand while he was eating.
To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need to stay. We may need to stay with us a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in the other photograph. How did the victim have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded there forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. if this is your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is in this photograph that explains the reason of the victim's burn? It's right there, boy. Take that!
Yes!
The beefsteak? Actually, the point of the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Oh. Your Excellency, are you alright? Oh, I just need some steak. As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of Le Carnaval. The emblem on the plate. It's the victim's burn. Are exactly the same shape. Ryunosuke, you're a genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that's the case, how can we know if it happened on the day in question or not? It would have been the day before, or the day before that. Most likely happened at some other time, unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Oyuchi, the chances of that are extremely slim.
Thanks. Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense has just pointed out. It was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. That's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I have not heard anyone scream at all. I've heard a waiter, as the head waiter of Le Carnaval, I can testify to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter.
It can be both.
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here.
As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on the piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would have screamed in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on the day or any before. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, he didn't hear him cry out either. I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us would, in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Yuichi?
Well, yes, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think... Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but... I'm starting to think that maybe... we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of that makes sense to of this apparent impossibility. On the day of question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson hadn't noticed it, was asleep, was already deceased. He's already dead. No man would remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's certainly impossible, apart from the particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting... Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already dead? Nani? Knowing what we know now, it is the only possible explanation. When the beef steak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. Omae wa no shineru. That's madness! Order, please! Counsel, explain the absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot? That's right! That's absolutely right, Your Excellency! This is another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp on the facts!
Objection!
No, you, Professor Yuchi. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered the burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But Your Excellency! This justice system is in our country may be in its infancy. But rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile?
Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help, especially if it helps relations between the country and yours.
Nani?
Ah, Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country after all.
Well then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible.
Oh, what a bitch. A racist piece of... she's from England? She's a white woman from England. I'm not surprised. A white rich woman from England.
But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Oh, well, you are the epitome of true English, of a true English gentlewoman. You truly are We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you generously afford us.
I see. So you're a racist bitch. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. I can't believe how long this is going. I didn't think this was going to be a full stream. I always start these streams thinking, you know, this might be an hour, and then maybe we'll switch to something else, but then I'm like, oh, well, I guess like the full... Okay. So we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. Witness testimony! The victim's death.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought... my accent keeps trying to drift into a southern belle, and I don't know why. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I heard, the post-mortem report showed other possible causes of death besides the gunshot. If there's other ways the man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
Was probably like poison? Was the steak poisoned? The most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it.
I hope this is the last time I will have to sully my lips with this coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue.
Japanese is like super fucking pleasant sounding. It's not coarse at all.
Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone.
Not at all, not at all.
It's a delight to really hear you speak, dear lady. It seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today.
The Minister of Justice?
May the irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen.
Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with the cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling in the case immediately. Is that clear? And then that gavel's going right in your butt. The heritage showing there. Yes, Your Excellency. Well then, may the proceed with the cross-examination. Let's put this bitch behind bars. Victim's death. Alright, so poor man burns his wrist like that. And the waiter brought my steak, and the professor raised glass and a toast. As far as I heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible causes of death beside the gunshot. Be taken without leaving a trace.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police forces are thoroughly examining the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. That's right, Inspector Hosonaga? Is that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I always affirm for a flawless investigation. There'd be physical traces
there would be physical traces with all those causes of death. That's true. But maybe there's other ways of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark? If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your arrangement falls rather flat, doesn't it? For argument. Sorry. Oh no, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady innocence into question. Oh, my honor. Oh, my honor. On my honor, I, Taketsushi Ayuchi, will cut down any who desire cast such aspirations. Alright, being creepy, dude. Way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. Means probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. What do you mean by that?
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? Was it England who discovered forensics? Or like testing for like poisons? Like, I don't know. In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at the crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Is that so? Isn't that so? Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. It doesn't even occur to naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand. A killer blow! The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful! Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Aochi is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about that Miss Brett just said. There's a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere that helps us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma. What, Ryunosuke? There is something I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosanaga. The detective? Yes, he seems to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it meant to be, if it might be significant, if it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on the last statement one more time. You think so? But this time instead of targeting the woman herself. Let's see how we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Cosmo's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brett, one last statement. We're gonna make this man die of convulsion. Okay, so it's the last statement. Yeah, there we go. Press.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? Empire, country, rescue was. This game actually is telling you, like, hey, sometimes you might need to press the same statement more than once.
Wait.
Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the English woman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find that they often let their guard down. You're right, look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time. Kill him. Draw your sword. It's time to pursue the man. Pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry, pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. I have to do... It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? That cloud floating above his head. At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. Oh yeah, this is actually like a full-on new... Okay, cool, this is a cool addition mechanic. But by moving the marker left and right, you can turn your attention to another person in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with A. Why are you talking buttons? What's A? If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people in the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across with the plus buttons on the directional pad and focus on the detective. Then pursue him with A. Let's see what's on his mind. Here we go. Different direction.
Wait.
I'm pressing. Okay. Oh, that's cool. It shows like a little artwork of it. Pursue!
Excuse me.
Yeah! What's the meaning of this? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. You really was lost in thoughts. Deeply. You look like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps, having heard what the lady said next to you, had something to say. Let's say something, do something. I can speak English. If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
Objection!
What's the meaning of this? It's the delightful English woman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault in her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately.
Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes. If you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those in the Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I came from the take from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. take this for example. Is that? It's the bottle of carbonated water that I took from the victim's table the day in question. It says, and yes, it's lost all its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. That time is coming, I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Carbonated bottle of water has been added. The carbonated bottle of water is sure of murder. It was a victim table. It's full of poison. Miss Brett, can you confirm this is indeed a bottle which you drank the day of the victim's death? Yes, it is that bottle. What was that about? She seems to avert her eyes when she answered that judge's question. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Unfortunately, I have no idea if the poor man burnt his wrist like that. Let me see. Oh wait,
Yes!
no, I don't want to press. But his hand was on a searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You cannot have noticed? Do you have to think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived in this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightful black trousers of yours has been wide open. Trying to, like, pursue him. Excuse me. What do you make of that, Inspector Hosonaga? I'm talking about the last statement. What? I mean, does nothing strike you unusual? This is hopeless. No matter how hard I try, I just can't get past the cough. I think you need to push it. Ryunosuke. Give him some time. Yes, alright. I'll leave it for now. You know, I want to look at my evidence. I don't find anything out of place. So this is carbonated water. This is the last drink Mr. Wilson ever had. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this and keep me going. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence, and you can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You'd never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke. In more ways than one. I'll drink it, proving there's poison. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Label's written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. You know what it says, Cosmo? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but does it say... What does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that. You don't know. Couple of bottles good. Should we inspect the bottom? Alright. I won't drink the poison water. Okay, Where's the bottle closed?
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water. Is that right? Dr. Wilson is only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter? Yes, exactly, sir. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of others of the court, it means bless you. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway. As far as I heard, the post-mortem report showed the other possible cause of death besides the gunshot.
Yes!
Okay, so I can't press that. Because she's the one talking in that. Alright, I guess the bottle?
Yes!
What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know Mr. Wilson drank from the bottle of, or Dr. Wilson drank from the bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison that was inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order, order, order! And on that day, who was sitting in the same table as the professor, able to slip the poison into his drink? The only person who could possibly have done it? Giselle Brett, it was you.
Objection!
This is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile, have you ever considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? You have the vaguest inkling of what your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. Get fucked, sir. If I may. I will silence you for— Shut up! Shut up! It is you that should be silent. Oh, of course! Dear lady! Did they come— Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. What are you referring to? I described your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be,
You still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector. And whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgot my guiding principle is already? I strive for flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests from every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison in any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. No! I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, a pleasure was all ours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. I think the cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution has asserted, a shot to the chest from the gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding the weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconveniences that has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no. I'm glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to this court at this point? Kazuma. I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you excuse me now, I really must be leaving. Oh no, what's gonna happen? You shut the fuck. What? Nani? This woman! Please wait. I have the ghost of the doctor right here. He will tell you that she is the one who murdered it. Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on your court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in furoshiki cloth. In a furoshiki cloth. A cloth, not... Yeah. To be oh my god. I'd like to go to England now, please. How is this going? This is supposed to be the tutorial mission, god damn it. Well, I understand you're judicial assistance to the defense, but why this sudden ingress into my courtroom? Ha! A judicial assistant? A woman no less. The rule states that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Ah, I guess the old times. Yes, I fully understand. I ask for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. The trial has already been concluded.
5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more.
Oh, fuck, shit!
I am most graceful. I'm grateful. I'm graceful. She's grateful. She is graceful. Yo, I got 2 friends now. Who exactly are you?
I'm sorry, there's no time.
There's no time. Please, simply accept this for now.
What is it? A report about something? Written in English?
It's Jaziel Brett's research.
And the Englishwoman's?
After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory and medical facility and borrowed this paper. Yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case?
I'm afraid I don't know.
I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no. Of course not. Special characteristics of Carrere and its effects on the human subjects. Carrere? I'm saying that right? Interesting. Carrere, what's that? I never heard that word before. It's a form of poison! It's new poison!
Time's up! The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. Because I am a sexist piece of shit.
There was too little time for me to read this in detail.
No girls allowed! Get out!
I've summarized what I could. Fuck him. God, I was born in the wrong era. But I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful. Thank you. This report has been added to the court record. Under poison. Miss Brand's been researching during the time of the university. It's new poison. Cusco's poison. Goodbye then, and good luck. I vanished. She was a ghost! You have long enough, counsel. We cannot detain our English guests any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. This tutorial has gone on long enough. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... I do. It's right here. A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. They only tested for poisons found in Japan. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Effects: instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Route of entry: the above mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it is believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. Okay, so he was paralyzed, so that's why he didn't move his hand off the burner, or off the burning plate. So I'm assuming the gunshot was the gunshot the thing that administered, but no, that means the gunshot was administered after he was poisoned. So it's not like the gunshot had the poison on it or something like that. But it says it has to be injected. It says the above mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as he had a wound in his mouth because of the tooth removal. So there was an open wound in his mouth. and that's how the poison got in through the water. Or that's my biggest guess right now. That, or like it says they were using it as an anesthetic, an anesthesia. So what did she, was it administered to him while he was at the doctor's? Because that was a form of anesthetic. I don't think so. I don't think. Why would he get poisoned there? Why would they use an untested anesthetic? So yeah, I'm guessing like it got in through the wound in his mouth from his surgery earlier in the day. But the prosecution has made the case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This is really our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. That unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett? Yes, Your Excellency. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's delightful. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not very long until tea time. Oh, forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize I was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat this as an order, bitch. I've said as many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel, what is the new evidence that demands the court's attention? Take that!
Yes!
Yes! Miss Giselle Brett, we understand you are studying under Dr. Wilson at UMA University during research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? What are you going with this, counsel? A toxin known as Carrere, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What? What complete and utter nonsense? Carrere, you say? I've never even heard of it. You wouldn't have done? What do you mean? I think that was a spelling error. I mean, you wouldn't have heard of Carrere before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct, which means no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they never identify Carrere. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. What? Order, order, order. Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to the report authorized by the visiting research student from England, Carrere has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The reports wouldn't be the point though, because if you poison your game, then you won't be able to eat it. Unless they use it like to defend themselves against like predators, like tigers and shit. The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deeply in the Amazonian jungle, and it is the first brought back to Europe as at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with Carrere suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery! You're nothing but a... I don't know. I want to make a Donald Trump, but I can't. The aspirations are utter trumpery. It's lies. Media. To start with, if the victim had been administered some or so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed. But it makes you paralyzed. It's a paralyzation. So he wouldn't. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that the Cure was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment the toxin enters the person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, affected victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they are in total agony, there would be no visible sign of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, Dr. Wilson did, the effects go largely unnoticed. And it also explains how he got the burn on his wrist. But I don't follow, Cosmo. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. Full explanation is extremely unpleasant. Well, they were experimenting with it, trying to make it so it doesn't stop. The reason it causes death is because it causes asphyxiation as well, because you can't breathe. It paralyzes your lungs too. So I'm assuming she was tinkering with it and made it so you can still breathe. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware and unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it looks almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That's fucked up. That is the true nature of the deadly Cure poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison?
Objection!
No, it doesn't! I'll prove it! This is very convenient, isn't it? A Hetheroto unknown poison from which there is no means of testing? What a happy tale for the defense. If I may. All these facts. Shut your whore. Shut up. It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady. Orf. Excuse me. So this is how you Japanese behave, isn't it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled at a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Bitch. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this! I, for one, refuse to accept it! The idea for some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules! What's so funny?
Oh, excuse me. Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett?
May I borrow the bottle for a moment, please?
Oh, she's gonna down because the poison wasn't in the bottle. It was in the glass. I don't see him. Why not? I like how she has him pour it.
Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys.
Jeez, she is fucking racist. Sorry?
To Englishwomen such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy.
I know it's like farce.
Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics. It's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers!
Ah, I got it! Drops dead, like, immediately. Wait, what are you doing?
No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Goodness. Whatever's the matter? You all look quite stunned.
So, no cure. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying?
You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course. That's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so coincidentally here in the grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. And now then, Your Excellency?
Yes, Miss Brett.
I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for this, furtherance of friendship between our countries.
Yes, dear lady. We're most gratified with all the assistance you've given. Fucking shit. This doesn't make sense. The poison was only in the glass she stole. There had to have been poison in that bottle. How did she? How did she swallow the whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it.
Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for an interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London.
There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over and dead. Would have solved a lot of problems for me. Come on, Ryunosuke. I have the clues now. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water does contain no poison, though. Unless, like... I have two hunches. Either she poisoned the glass he drank from, or since she works with the poison, she developed an immunity to it. The regions have used it since ancient times to incapacitate prey or certain trees. Affects instant paralysis of the entire body, subsequent death, even in minute doses. Route of entry above the mentioned. It has to be. Yes, it has to be through the blood. It has to be through the body. Ingesting it does. It's more like a venom than a poison. It has to be. It has to go in through a wound, which the the guy had in his mouth, in his tooth. He was missing a tooth. And so it got in through that. But she doesn't have any. It does contain poison. The culprit did put Curie poison it in Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious?
Objection!
Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way the bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw
Miss Brett drinking the water from it? That's right. Which is rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe the complication can be explained.
How? Exactly.
Indeed, to think through, because that's actually true. Like, you can like drink like a vial of like cobra venom and you will be fine, because it has to get into your blood. I don't know of a poison, like something that classifies as a poison with the tree bark. Like, I would think that would be classified as venom. Like, venom has to get it into your bloodstream. But I think, like, yeah, most venoms you can technically drink. I'm not advocating that you should, but you will be fine because it doesn't get into direct contact with your bloodstream. But if you have like an ulcer or some shit, you'll probably die. If you have like a scrape in there you don't know about, you'll probably die. I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer and the evidence have been in a court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim, we must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains the witness able to consume the excused? Fucking present.
Yes!
Yes! This answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
It's not a valid explanation.
No?
After all, we don't speak English. The report is utter gibberish. It's all moon speak to us. Like how all English speak, or all Japanese is moon speak to them. This is impudent young scoundrels trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading it. Susato's-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered entirely by the court. You will direct us to a pertinent section, counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged sir of the riddle? I think it's under characteristics. We've been hearing a lot about the Curie poison, and it's left me curious about something. Oh, counsel? Well, it sounds as though the indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the leads of the heads of their arrows to shoot whatever their prey they're hunting. I wonder if Curie a real poison? Holy shit. It's super fucking real. What does Curie do to the body? Researchers have shown that Curie causes a weakening or paralysis in the skeletal muscles by interfering with the transmission of nervous impulses between the nerve axons and the concentration of mechanism in the muscle cell. Oh wow, it's like full on. Yeah, this is, hunters use it with their arrows and the poison darts and everything. Curie is a historical prototype of the non-depolarization of neuromuscular blockers, but it is no longer used clinically. Curie, also called D-turbocurie, was the first paralytic used in anesthesia, but has been replaced by newer agents. Okay, so it was like an early form of anesthesia, and it comes from like it's like a bamboo? There is a common name for plant extract. Alkaloid, arrow poisonous. Well, this shit, this shit's wild. It seems like it more comes from like the plant itself rather than tree bark, though. Oh, that's interesting. I learned something today. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Yeah, that's it. Get to the point, please. But if they were used to use the laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be... That's why they can use it. Like, you can poison them and still eat it because the poison doesn't affect you if you eat it. It's only poisonous if it gets into your bloodstream. Traces of poison left in the prey and the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat the prey, wouldn't they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious. Counts. No, that would be madness. It would be smarter. Remember that? Remember that meme? Classic meme. But I actually found the answer to the conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes. The mention of the particular details seems a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret the written like this. When Curare enters the body through an open wound, it has a terrifying poison effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew Curare's special characteristics. You knew that you would make a spectacle of drinking the water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little rapscallion! The bird's alive! The swan! Get away from me, don't break your arms. Those things are fucking dangerous. Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer? It's your destiny. All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it So, the ill-bred little puppy has found a new toy to play with, some facts he reads in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? The schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, Curare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that the effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastrix sucrus. There's another heritage coming through again. Yeah, well, of course, gastric suckers. What are they? So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless, then when drunk, the professor would have died when he swallowed it, wouldn't he? Wouldn't have died. That's right. Good gracious. But I already know the answer. The basics, I already know the answer. Yo, open wound in his mouthy. Yo, you're a boo-boo. You're a boo-boo. You're a boo-boo in his mouth. You're an owie. You're an owie. From his surgery. You're an owie. The basic science. Science that's even a schoolboy should be able to understand now. I do understand, you bitch. I understand more than you know. Order in the court. Logic holds. If the lady is the professor drank the same poison, they would have been affected the same way. Are you trying to suggest? Yes, the Curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case of the trial. We just put it in there. It's a flavor enhancer or something.
That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that.
What is this? Welling up inside me. Never felt like this before. It's sort of conviction to break down all of the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. It's like a phoenix rising inside me. To be right. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. There it is! There it is! Oh, it's playing the theme. I don't think so, Miss Jezebel Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both of you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You're alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we know, that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Doctor alone be killed? Because he had the owie, he had the surgery on his body. That's why. Medical report card. I have big brain, you have small brain.
Take that!
Take that! Yeah, there it is! As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. The diners, I mean. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of Curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of a person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Oh! Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already. You were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You use the knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are so puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. Nani? You see, when you leave a vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No. I mean, I could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! It's the Eagles woman. She smashed the bottle! And this ring, what a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much water in the broken bottle as possible at once. You're wasting your time. The delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You will get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there was really poison in the bottle or not. You.
And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. That's right, counsel for the prosecution?
Actually using like the time period against you. Or I'm using the time period.
Charlie, this is 1776. We can just kill the man and steal the pumpkins. We'll get away with it. Of course, the terror. You're referring to the photographic print, I presume, dear lady. That's right. And really, looking at the photograph, it's clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting in the back, with his back to me. And of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day using Curair. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I don't know why I'm struggling now to read it, for the crime. You waited until he picked up the pistol you arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the professor in the chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. You really moved at like the speed of light to turn that chair around. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A handgun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? But I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. Other than the fact that you just destroyed evidence in the courtroom. I'm pretty sure that, cause for alarm. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now... Is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed the evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke, yes? We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish this. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence. That's true. So, if there is any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? Yes. Take my katana. Open your brain. You told me before that your powers of observation were the only thing you could really depend on. Yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was the foreigner. I don't know why, I'm just thinking of him just like unsheathing my katana and just cutting my head open. Just be like, here it is! The proof! Oh! I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. Well, I farted. What I saw, what I felt. Every color, brain, thing. There's blood on the steak because the photo's in black and white, so they would think it was just steak sauce. Every color. I'm using the power of my mind to make the photo into color. Is Cosmo right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head? Could it be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? There's a clue! There's nothing! There's a clue! Of course there's a clue! Actually, Cosmo, I think I might have something. I just made this photo into color with my mind. Thinking back, I think I may have uncovered another clue. Haha. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on, then. Let's wipe that smug smile off that Englishwoman's face, that racist bitch, with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. Oh boy, I can't wait. I'm not gonna say that word. I'm just not gonna attempt to say that word. Me for a little while. It's been bothering me for a little while that something feels amiss in my memories of the day, of that day. I'm not gonna attempt to say that word because a little Freudian slip's I'm gonna get kicked off Twitch for trying to pronounce something and it's sounding like something bad. Whatever it's going to be. It's like fucking visual. Don't use your weird words, Capcom. Don't use your weird words trying to get streamers like me in trouble. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows Dr. Wilson's real killer have been his. Oh, I wonder. Oh, it's the fork. It was the fork all along. just present.
Take that!
Take that! Alright, everyone in this game, despite the fact that the game takes place, like these characters, right now we're in Japan. And everyone is... We're gonna be going to England, and I believe that's what this is leading up to, with this case, is that eventually we go to England, we meet Sherlock Sholmes, you know, we start solving crimes in England. In the London. Maybe Jack the Ripper's in this? I don't know. Or no, it won't be Jack the Ripper, it'll be Rack the Jipper. He rips you off. He gyps you. But I believe most of the characters here, as a result, just have, at least in the English dub, actually have English accents. So Ryunosuke, I believe, actually has an English accent. Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes, what is it? He's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you said a number of times now, you know the smell of the game. You strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute! What are you going?
Shut up!
Ah, it's incursive! It's fancy! What are you going on with, little boy?
It's just a memory that's been troubling me. A memory? I saw the scene shown in the photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on. Sorry to anyone if I offend any English or, Britain speakers. It was a spattering of blood. It had red on it. What?
Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor.
No, it can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. I gotta keep myself from veering off into Australian. If I'm supposed to have Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way the blood on the victim would have ended up on the directly behind him. Yes. The blood had to made it onto the plate. It implies that the plate would have been the victim. It would have been between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Giselle Brett.
Beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Is of course, in this court, seriously expected to believe something that accused has apparently just remembered seeing.
Hold it!
What? This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate. In the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all. Just cut out that one sentence right there. And it takes on a much different meaning. I took it, meat and all. And I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it.
You did what?
I took the steak. It was delicious. That you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak and the sergeant that had been eating. That the sergeant had been eating. I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out who sure whether or not there is a blood stain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Delicious steak. It's a little moldy now. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. The steak. It's delicious! It's cold. But what about the blood? Where's the blood on it?
Of course there isn't.
Quickly, Inspector. The blood man! Show me that's caught! The blood! Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. I don't see any blood. No. No blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible! Unless she wiped it off. I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. They're sneaky, sneaky little Japanese people. Wow, she's fucking racist. I couldn't agree more. In this case, in the case of this disgrace to the Empire. I believe we can finally have reached a conclusion to this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Ha! This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. The sorry-looking accused, wishing to examine it again, be my guest. Slave stick has been entered in the courtroom record. What a plate I saw! I thought I saw just a figment in my imagination. Is that it now? I've lost. Let me examine. Let me examine the stick. There's nothing in these old 3DS textures. The game actually looks pretty nice now in high resolution. It's kind of very painterly, but you know, some wood textures in there look kind of. Look at the steak. Eat it. Nani? Huh? What the? Oh no! It's the coin. The old man's coin. I think it's a Koban coin, and the hallmark from Hoiera, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it. I mean, what's it doing here? Wait, do you say it was Hoi Koban? Yes. And apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time that there's been talk about this Hoi Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine. But I've never heard of bullion in bullion. I don't think I ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means coin. Certainly never to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. And from the Hoi era, too. That would make it quite valuable. It's marinated in the juices as well. Look. What are you talking? What, are you thinking of eating it? No. But the next time I order a steak at the expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and pay on for a prize. I think you had the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryunosuke. Koban coin underneath the steak. It's the only logical explanation. Okay. This emblem on the side of the plate. Is it a cat? Just cut that. Just put the meme of Ryunosuke just holding like the butterfly meme and him like holding his hand up to the butterfly, but instead it's this. It's a cow. He's like, is this a cow? It's a cow, obviously. More likely, because its restaurant signature dish is a beef steak. It seems to be a lot different restaurants have their own unique tableware. So, is this a symbol of La Carnival? Is it? Yeah, and that's the burn mark from when he was eating the steak. Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Huh? Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself? Really? Fuck. Oh, fucking hell. Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way. Well, there's a coin underneath. I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objections? That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues? There's another clue. Your Excellency, please wait. The plate of beef is hiding another clue. Yeah, the other thing is, like, you have to forget, like, yes, I shot it. Even if they were going through the explanation that, oh, I shot him, that still doesn't explain the burn and why he did not scream when he got burned. He had to be paralyzed if he got burned. Another clue will reveal the shocking truth.
Objection!
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure, though, examination of the evidence. I will not give ruling until I am completely satisfied with a reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel, for the defense, will you now clearly show the court what you're alluding? Where precisely on the plate of beefsteak is the new clue found? The plate, it's underneath the beef. We have the meats. What the? Oh,
We technically already did this. I got ahead of myself. Okay, come on, come on, come on. Eat the coin. Oh, I have to fucking... Okay, come on. I think I gotta hit present rather than inspect. Come on. Almost 1 a.m. The stream was not supposed to go on for this long, but I want to get the 1 episode done at least. History. Oh, present.
Got it!
Got it! Good gracious, that's... Koban? What on earth? Hoy, everyone. At that. Miss Brett, this is in fact a beef steak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day of question, isn't it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
Shut up!
What ridiculous question! How should I know? I've never seen this thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin underneath the meat. You could simply have been careless mistake by the chef in the moment of distraction.
Objection!
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe in this happened by accident in the kitchen. A rare holy koban just happens to be hidden underneath a piece of steak. If this turns out to be relevant in one case, I'll rip my ticket to the Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. A coin incidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Scouts. A rare hoy koban, a rare hoy koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If that turns out to be irrelevant to this case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
Objection!
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Shut up!
Perhaps a little boy, you should realize that this is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that stake. The owner. Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the koban is the one found underneath the beefsteak is? It's the old man. It's Kuro. My god.
Take that!
Take that! Obviously, it can only be the antique dealer and the owner of Resotai Kuro. Korikuta-san. Curie? As in Mr. Cucumber or something? Honestly, these ridiculously Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. You should read some of Akira Toriyama's Dragon Ball. Everyone's named after vegetables and shit. The old man testified earlier alongside military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying it was up to something with this koban coin when it happened. At exactly that moment, the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not, for I was too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what are we doing? Oh, hunting for my treasure. Indeed, the Hoy Era Koban, my prize coin. Then this Hori era Koban? Do you mean to tell me?
Objection!
No. Please, why would Korikuta-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense.
Yes!
Which is why I'm asking to bring Korikuta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. They've died of starvation. Without a moment's delay. Quick, give them the steak. I can't believe we're come back around to this pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find the key to the element in this case. Oh my god, are you serious? Okay. Didn't say to be continued, so I'm like, okay. Alright. What is this all about? I can't believe I'm doing this voice again. Why have I been called up again? Do you realize it's dinner time for the little baby Ido? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. I don't know how I have this accent since the era we're in predates America. Exploited by the police, we were like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. I'm going to kill someone with this. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rusite shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Korikuta-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as Rusite memory serves, you... Oh, he fell on his foot. What is that very one? The very exact one. That's my coin. Give it to me. I want to eat it. The resplendent, splendiferous, hoy treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be. As I thought.
Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Kill me now! Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped?
Oh, I'm not sure if it dropped anywhere. We found it on your coin sandwiched between a beef steak and a plate, soaking in the seasoned meat juices.
Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Holy shit!
Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose.
Somebody concealed my hoy treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing?
My throat. Oh, we're almost there. Hopefully we're almost to the end of this case. Oh my god. Oh, that's the end of that water bottle.
Who would do such a thing? Such a considerable thing.
Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on the trial, but I was working undercover as the restaurant in order to investigate another case.
Yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation.
Le Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similar executed thefts, targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents has been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip this case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So, that's why we were sent undercover, is it? You were sent in undercover, isn't it? Yes. Looks like the job of the waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at the work in the restaurant at a regular basis. This place is already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about this master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid the Korakuta-san's Koban coin is all too clear. What? It was you! What? The court would like to hear the defense's view on the matter. Tell us, who is who the despicable scoundrel that stole the Korakuta-san's and hid under the stake? I would assume it was either John or Giselle.
Take that!
Yes, it seems likely candidate for the Koban thief. No, come on, Ryunosuke. Okay. Oh, you shocked me, Kazuma. No, as much as you shocked me. Not as much. No one would ever approach the table unnoticed. Even if you're a crazy fool, you couldn't have missed that. I'm not sure you should be calling Korakuta-san a crazy fool, Kazuma. No! Oh, it's you I'm calling a crazy fool. Maybe I'm the wrong track here. Don't believe I can heard you correctly, Counsel. Let me hear your opinion on this matter. Oh, you know what I think stole the coin? What's his face? Mr. Iasanosa, an army sergeant of the Empire of Japan, who witnessed the incident. He wasn't looking because he was too busy stealing the old man's coin. And then he hid it under his steak, and it turns out that steak is not the steak that she was eating. This is a different steak.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Iasinosa. What? What? How dare you? How, you monster. Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm a master thief of Le Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? It wasn't me. It was Ido. Ido is the mastermind behind all this. He's accusing your own little baby boy? What? You would push the blame on your crimes for your crimes on your own son, an innocent little baby. It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Ah! Oh my god! The baby's controlling him! Oh my god! Jibbity jabbity! Oh my god! The baby's controlling his dad with his mustache. Oh god. Oh god, this is stupid. It's so stupid. Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Iasanosa, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. Oh my god. What? Do any of you know of the extraordinary low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those and it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to recently ended conflicts remains in place. And I've heard it's hard for lower ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. Oh wow, I'm making some statements here. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. Okay, so he didn't actually, his son wasn't actually controlling him. That was just an over-the-top reaction. That's why you were stealing things in the restaurant. The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I go there to do reconnaissance for a target. And I enjoy chomping my way through the good steak at the same time. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork, even, which is worryingly unbelievable. And you target the day was the old man and his koban. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot, I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I'd owe too. And I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could on the double. I slipped it under the stake, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. What a sad story. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett? Ah, of course, dear lady, of course! How rude of us. I'm quite, there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. The theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby Saddler Sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Actually isn't, because the stakes were swapped. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense? It is. Is it? Oh, well, oof. Oof. And as for picking up the steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's beyond madness. It's Sparta. Very well. Now all the questions concerning the witness's testimony has been answered. I have no further justification to detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? It's no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. Can't quite work it out what exactly, but something she just said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking, make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call now, it'll be too late, and the trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What the new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Yes, you didn't do that. That means it wasn't the steak we're using as evidence to recuse you is moot. It's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What she said is exposed an undeniable contradiction. Then let us do it. I'm going to see evidence, counsel. Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory. Where is the evidence that prove it? No, this photo was taken after the stakes were swapped. It's hard to tell because his body's blocking the... Oh, there's definitely more. His body's blocking like the exact portion where you would see the bites in the steak.
Take that!
The steak that Miss Brett has eaten before the professor was killed? Yes? Go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. What, you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Oh, I gotta shake it out. Ugh. Oh, I'm sorry about that. All this talking, it's the sinuses going. Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as a bit very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge of where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Noticed what exactly, Constable? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman would ever even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Then take a look at the steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. Yeah, he just took a fucking... As you can see there, clearly defined the barbaric teeth marks there. Oh! It looks like Miss Brett has just realized something. So, if your witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry.
Shut up!
Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course. It will be over in a blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put a rookie in this place. Just...
Shut up!
I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacles samurai relic. Oh, of course. Dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Of your swan hat? Clearly the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes. Now at last, it's all come together. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. The mysterious teeth marks in the steak are allegedly been eaten with cutlery. That had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain, I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept these teeth marks as steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to the conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson.
Shut up!
Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? I wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase typical Japanese empty threats.
How can you be so sure?
Oh, it's quite simple. You really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago.
Actually, the evidence I'm talking about has been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been what? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
It's absurd. This trial has run several hours already. I know, right? It's been about 5.5. And you say these evidence yet you've brought forward? That can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And that person willing to submit that piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be the last request of the defense in this trial. Hopefully. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth of this whole affair? I would say... I'm assuming he has the other stake?
Take that!
The answer is obvious. Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No. I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this stake with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, the Sergeant Nosa told me the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. As well as admitting to stealing Kurokato's San's coin, he told us that he slipped it underneath the steak. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer and a thief. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Attention! Affirmative, of course. It might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I am not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense. The plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't have bites in her own out of a steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest the thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over. You did switch the plates? Well, oh, he did it. After it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes, like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. But when the waiter announced that he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, then I'd be getting the marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off of the kitchen, I seized my chance. Get down there, baby. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one at the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have... I never saw you do such a thing. I was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning.
It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did. I did what I had to be doing. Unbelievable! Inconceivable! However, fear not, Prosecutor-san. What now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform that is all I did, sir. All you did? That's petty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So, if Sergeant knows to switch the plates over, it means he took Miss Brent's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Sorry. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Early in the trial, you told the court this. You said you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's steak. Also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both. That's correct. Then please, present it to the court now. The plate that was actually at the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
What could that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat? I can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
No, you're not wriggling your way out of this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate was the table directly behind Mr. Wilson. Dr. Wilson. I keep saying Mr. Wilson because of fucking Mr. Wilson! She shot me. I told her to get out of here. There was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound in the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And no, we have evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong it any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and the plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir. I like this guy. I hope he shows up in later stuff. Sorry for keeping you. It's blood! No, it's just ketchup! I like having ketchup with my steaks, okay? That is a crime worthy of death. Here's the other steak and its plate. Feel free to examine it. Look at that, look at that, clean cut. Clean cut. The blood stain is clearly visible, look!
Yes!
Yes! Now this makes everything clear. The blood stain you can see on the side of the plate shows that the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. It can't be. In fact, there's one other person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Giselle Brett. Oh, whoops. It's you. Outdone! By a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No. 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 My swan has gone flaccid. It's laying eggs and it's eating my brain.
That's what she gets for having a living swan. Oh. Peace. It's... Just ascended.
Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior of an English gentlewoman. Forgive me.
Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth, this time.
Gladly, Your Excellency.
What did happen? Why did you... Yeah, like... What is the motive?
It was I who took the professor's life, using Cure Air. As you summarized, I chose the particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning.
So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because Cure Air is unheard of here in Japan.
Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over and greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair, such that he would fall. There was no going back at this point. So I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment.
A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man.
I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of Cure Air in my handbag. And my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt?
So I was right, there were two guns.
Yes.
And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Place where you were sure that I would notice it.
And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun, as I intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, that's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point, he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which the point the waiter appeared.
Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside.
That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around.
because, of course, you need to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun.
But why?
Did you just want to test your poison?
So there you have it. That's entirely of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency,
Yes.
I wonder, might I speak with you in private later?
I shall call on you.
Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san.
You just tried to ruin my life, get me sent to prison. Oh, and she's gone. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. The streamer can finally go to bed. I presume the prosecution is in agreement.
This can't be! Takatsuchi Ayuchi does not lose! Not like this! Not to the likes of this rookie student!
You'd better start getting used to tough opposition.
Ah! Ryunosuke Naruhodo!
What? Yes?
This is an insult to the Ayuchi family name! Will never be forgotten!
You've become conceited with age, Counsel. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. You must die. And that way the world, may you never forget that.
Oh!
1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Ayuchi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. Haha! It doesn't! They don't! You kick his ass in the beginning of the first game! This trial, in the Supreme Court of Japan, will, I believe, will go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern mythology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened the doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. And he was right. A new future of law awaits. I'm certain a man in a trial that involves a glove that doesn't fit will be totally well done because of science. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. Cops not getting properly sent to prison for murdering innocent people. It will be beautiful. This is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Osogi. Yes. After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. Destroy the British Empire. I understand, Your Excellency.
What was that about? What do you look so grave all of a sudden?
Ah, never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I don't know why I fucked up.
Yes.
In you, I sense, can I put it? Unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. Where's the confetti? Oh, Sakura Blossoms, that's been great. And look at him, he's like, ah, he's so butthurt.
I didn't get to incriminate an innocent child.
The court is now adjourned. Man, 2:46 p.m. Didn't we start this trial at like 11:30? It feels like that's the actual amount of time that passed.
I can't believe it. I can't believe what happened. I made it. I defended myself, and I made it through that horrendous trial.
Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations.
Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma.
No. It was pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yumi University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All hard work certainly paid off. Oh, no, it's this one.
Congratulations to both of you proving Naruhodo-san's innocence.
Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You're working hard for that result too, you know. You worked hard for that result too, you know.
Oh no, I didn't do any.
Thank you so much. If we hadn't had that research report from Miss Bretz, I didn't know how things would have turned out. Well, you'd be in prison.
Your kind words should really be for my father. I'm simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to university to investigate.
Your father? Ah, yes, of course.
Forgive me for intruding on my conversation.
Of the defense. Alright. Thank you. Speaking of Mikotoba. Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job.
Thank you, Professor.
Oh no. It is I who should be thanking you after all. Your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend.
Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. I wanted to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital.
Oh, you worked together? I've never heard of you mention that before.
Well, it was a long time ago now, besides. It's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, boy. See what happens in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Sogi clan. You're not you're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man, katana is a so... This blade shows me where I need to go. It cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it already is with my own eyes. That reminds me, what happened to the woman? To Jezebel Brett. I mean, after all, she's guilty of murder. Oh yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face a trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. Or Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Zelbrett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of it. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosanaga? It was hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate... But what are all this about this consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular court. A British consular court will hear her case somewhere far away, where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident, a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. Goddamn diplomatic immunity! I'm afraid that for that young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking the case to a foreign student committee committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can't make it change. We can make it change. We can't make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. The new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think it's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But Professor, we're underage. You're right. There's no time for glooming faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Caravelle? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Onosaka-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about the details for now. To La Carnival! Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course, Le Carnival's food is second to none. I should go and attend the paperwork for Noboro-san's release. Oh yes, thank you. Church's little brat won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma? Yes, Ryunosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? The defense was all your own work. Your risk made the difference, though. All day, I bet you've been the best lawyer in the world. Hmm? I'm not sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. Being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All the tense verbal combat. I never wanted to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do. That's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean? That's the point. Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapons in this that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe what? The defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe, in them at all times. I'm drifting into Australian. Like you believe in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have a superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes the courtroom you really need to be back into a corner. Being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, you faced an amazing, hopeless situation, and time again, and you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it, through your own effort, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. Sounds serious. What is... Oh, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. They actually really made it... They did a pretty decent job. Like, the bodies look a little, like, three-dimensional still, but the heads look pretty 2D. Like, these are still, like, 3D models. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Bloody hell. Oh yes, that too. We're going to Britain! We're going to Britain! So my first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mikotoba. Asuda-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga. He didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of the help of the support of these people that I managed to get through the trial. He helped quite a bit. A little weirdly, but he did. But more importantly, Cosmo hadn't yet managed to ask me his favor to me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Oh, yes. Jesus Christ. I wasn't expecting it to be that long. I was Jesus. Save the progress. Yes. All right. And I think we'll end it there. We've been streaming for almost 6 hours, which was not my plan. Yeah, we'll be back. Sorry. Sorry. I just like leaned forward and like all the gas inside me just decided it's time to leave. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Once again, this was a long ass stream. My mouth and throat are killing me, so I'm gonna go to bed and rest. I'll see you all next time. Once again, if you enjoyed the stream, consider giving a follow maybe or something like that if you enjoy. I'm trying to make this stream grow. We're getting close to affiliate. We're only like 11 people away, and just so close. I can almost taste it. But either way, thank you for tuning in. Hope to see you next time. Bye bye.